Right, welcome back to the advent of Fortran. It's time for day 7. I've increased my font size, so hopefully this should be easier for you to read if you're not on a 2.5K monitor or if you don't have your face right up against it. So let's dive in. Start my new day. I also wanted to edit this. So I'd like to launch 2 text editors at the same time, if I can. Yeah, I don't think that worked anyway. So never mind about that. Terminal output is my puzzle input. That's wild. I have to implement a shell. So that's the test input. And let's get the real input. Day 7. That's a lot of terminal output. Okay. Alright, bear with me while I awkwardly read this in silence. Alright, it's the age-old problem of deleting files on a full hard drive. I use WinDirStat for that. Oh my god, am I gonna have to implement trees in Fortran? Okay, so this is good. We CD to the root in both inputs. So for files, we have sizes, and for directories, there's no size, there's just this dir prefix. This one's gonna take a while. This one, off the bat, seems pretty seriously complicated. So we have a tree file structure, and the tree structure itself is one problem, but the other problem is we have to reconstruct the tree structure from parsing this terminal output. And that's fairly convoluted. So we're going to have some user-defined types here. There's going to be a file type, and there's going to be a directory type. The file type has a size. I guess it has a name too. I might as well parse the name so I can print everything out like it's printed out here. And the directory type will have a name, and it will have contents, and the contents of a directory can be either other directories or files. I don't want to name it file because file is already a Fortran keyword, so I'll just call it type F and type D for a directory. So the file type has a size, size is also a Fortran keyword. I'll call it bytes instead of size. And then that's kind of redundant. I mean, I think I can just double use keywords. Yeah, I can use keywords as these class members. Fortran doesn't have a problem with that. So might have to go back and rename these if I run into problems, but we'll start with that. Now, dir is tricky because it's recursive. The directory can contain other directories, and it can contain any number of directories. Directory can have files, and it can have other directories. So do I want to abstract those into directory entries, or do I just want to keep them separate? And what about the number of entries in a directory? This is huge. So I really don't know what the max should be. I could sort of figure that out by trial and error. Just guessing and checking, as long as I put error checking in this code in the case of an overflow. Going to be too big. This might be too big, because if I have a recursive structure where they're all the maximum size, this could take up quite a lot of space in memory. So I might need to make this allocatable and also implement growable arrays in Fortran. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. First of all, can I have a directory which contains an array of files? Okay, that still compiles. Now, I'm not ready to deal with parsing the input. I'm not ready to deal with parsing this. I just want to test my data structure and see if these data structures that I've set up can represent this type of tree. So I'm just going to hard code, maybe not this whole file system, but at least part of the file system to test my data structure. So we're going to have a root. Root is just root. I think this should have a size inside the type. There's going to be a number of files. Should this be plural? Yeah, it should be plural. So eventually there's going to be a vector of dirs too, but I don't know if I'm ready to test a recursive directory type. And these are both going to start out as 0. Okay. So now I have a local directory and a local file. B is in the root, so let's make file B. start these out. Well, root. I don't know if I want to type root this many times. So I'm just going to call it R. R is root. Okay, so let's try to put file b.txt inside the root directory. And eventually I can make this like a push function where I push a file into a directory. And that function could also handle the growable array if I need to implement that. By the way, in Fortran, the percent operator, that's like the dot operator in C. So the percent accesses a member of a class. So this is accessing the nfiles member of the directory class R. So that's how that works. And that compiles. So we have b.txt, let's put in c.dat as well. How big are these? 8 million? So just searching for the sizes of the files in here. So we have 6-digit files, we have 9-digit files. Okay, we don't have any 9-digit files. Don't even have 8-digit file sizes. We don't even have 7-digit file sizes, but we do have 6-digit file sizes. So the file sizes are at most 1 million. That means I'm fine with integer file sizes. This default is a 4-byte integer, so this is fine for 1 million. It's fine for like up to 2 billion, right? Yeah, 2 billion. I don't need to make this an 8-byte integer. But the sum might need to be 8 bytes. I'm just going to do that now. Because if I add up a bunch of 1,000,000 byte files, or a million file sizes, a 4-byte sum might overflow. So I'll make that 8 bytes just to be safe. Okay, so I have 2 files in this directory. Well, I don't have the second file in the directory yet. now I want to print this directory. So I need a print dir function. And this is eventually it's going to recursively go through all the directories within the directory. But for now I'm just going to print the files because I haven't put any directories inside root yet. I've only put 2 files inside root, so I want to print the files and their sizes. And I should have an optional argument for the indentation. Just have to remind myself how to do this. So that is equivalent to this logic with a default level of 0. And now I need to loop through all of the files in this directory and print them. This 2-space indentation, that's 2-space indentation, so let's just match that. 2 times the level. So write a dash, and then a space, and then the name of the file. And then the size of the file. There's going to be a little more to this. I'll format it exactly like this. So it's going to be an extra space, file, and then size equals let me break this into a new line. This is how you continue a long line in Fortran. You have to put an ampersand at the end of the line. And then close the parenthesis. Not that it really matters. Let me set the unit. I should have ISO Fortran env. That's standard output in Fortran. And I need to call it. twice instead of the size. Alright, that's basic directory structure. This is not minimal width. That's fine. I think I actually prefer it this way. Well, they're not going to be aligned anyway. So, do I want to do this? Yeah, instead of printing multiple strings and integers, it's going to be a string, then a minimum width integer, and then another string. And they're all one string now. I have to actually concatenate each of these. I think that should work. Okay, now I have a minimum width integer. Let me put one more new line at the end. Okay, now there's an extra new line. That's file entries. Now I need to handle directory entries, which is tricky because it has to be recursive. And I think I've actually never done anything like this in Fortran. The things that I work with, I don't have to work with dynamic tree data structures. So this is a little bit more object-oriented than I'm used to doing in Fortran. Yeah, that doesn't work. How do I do this? No, I don't want a YouTube video. I'm making a YouTube video, but I don't want a YouTube video for documentation. Okay, so how do I do this? Because Fortran does not like that. This is exactly what I have. This is Fortran 8. I think I need to update my Fortran. How do I get Fortran 9? I might do this off screen. It's getting a little bit late anyway. I don't remember how to use this. I need an administrator shell. So what did I have? Because after I update, I want to make sure that it actually did something. Okay. Is this like part of GCC and not actually its own Chaco package? Yeah, like I have GCC, so I think Fortran came with GCC. GCC is also not installed. Come on, man. MSys2? It's MSys2. It's also not installed. I hope this guy is right. I hope I'm not wasting time here. And all of this is so that I can have a recursive user-defined type, which apparently is legal Fortran, but my version of Fortran doesn't support it. Wouldn't that be hilarious if I ran out of hard drive space during this? Because that's the premise of day 7 of Advent of Code. You try to run a system update and you run out of hard drive space. But I think I have plenty of hard drive space. Yeah, I've got like 500 gigabytes free. So this isn't going to be an issue for me. Must restart the shell. Really? That's how this works? I can't believe software works like this. Just iteratively applies system updates until there are no more updates to be applied. Like, there's gotta be a better way to do this. I just want modern G Fortran, man. About WSL. I assume I have an entirely different G Fortran on here. If anything, I might not even have G Fortran here. I do. And it's G Fortran 7. It's even older than G Fortran 8, which I have on the Windows bare metal. This is the Windows subsystem for Linux, so it's a little bit removed from the fully native Windows operating system. Is this like Ubuntu? Thank God I remembered my password. Because believe it or not, the Windows subsystem for Linux has a different password than your Windows account by default. But fortunately, I changed my WSL password to my Windows password so that I don't have to think about that. The newest version. I don't think it's the newest version. Yeah, I guarantee that G Fortran 7 is not the newest G Fortran if I already have G Fortran 8 on Windows. I know that's not the latest one. So, what if I do GCC? GCC is already the newest version. Okay, so this finished. Let's start a new shell and see if it actually did anything. 8.1, it didn't do anything. No, the latest things in my Choco bin are from 2020. Like, what the hell is this? What did this update just do? Oh, it installed here? Oh my god. No single quotes. Windows doesn't like single quotes. Does this even have G Fortran? C-lang. Nothing in that bin folder. What the hell is this? Why is it in a folder called completions? Is this... It's not actually a command. What the hell is this? This is a shell script. What? So I went through all the pain of installing this. This is insane. I just want the latest G Fortran. Why is this always like the most difficult thing in the world? Phew. 2017. That doesn't sound recent. GCC 12. That's where I just was. I hope this is it. Well, in the first video I totally skipped like the Fortran installation because I already had it. Or so I thought. I had version 8. But I skipped it in the video. I ended up going through it now. Just want to confirm that this is the version that I need. Well, yeah, let me actually move this. Ideally, I should have just moved it instead of copying it, but this is where I'm at. It says 12.2. as my path. So separate it with a colon, then add this folder. Don't escape the backslashes. Yeah, these don't escape the spaces, so this isn't going to escape the spaces with a backslash. Not a valid identifier. Need quotes. Okay. And that didn't work. Do I have to put it at the beginning? Yeah. Hey. Oh. It's the exact same error. I just went through all of that and I still don't have recursive user-defined types. But it says 12. Like, what the fuck? I'm done with this. It's getting late. I'm pausing this. Alright, I'm back. So I realized a couple things. Looking into upgrading my version of Fortran was not necessary. I took a closer look at the Stack Overflow post, and the thing that I was missing was making my nested type allocatable. And that makes sense because there's an obvious problem with the size of the directory object. If a directory contains directories, and it in fact contains 1024 of them, then each one of these directories also contains 1000 plus directories recursively ad infinitum. So this object would take up infinite space. So it doesn't make sense to have a fixed sized array of nested sub-objects. So it has to be allocatable. And that compiles with Fortran 8. Upgrading was not necessary. So that's the first thing that I thought of. The second thing that I thought of is that I might not need to save all of these in memory. I think as long as you never cd two directories at once, which they don't. They never do anything like cd a/b, where b is a subdirectory of a. They only change directories one level at a time. So I think you could parse this using a recursive subroutine without saving everything in memory and just calculating the sizes of the directories on the fly, and every time you cd ... you pop out of that recursive function one level up. So that would probably be easier, and it might still be faster if I switched gears and implemented it that way now. But I've already sunk some cost into reading it into memory in the directory and the file objects, so I think I'm going to make an attempt to finish implementing it the way that I've started. If I work on that for another hour or two and I'm not getting anywhere, then I might switch back to the recursive function without saving things in memory. Okay, so this is allocatable now. I might as well make files allocatable. I think 1024 is overkill. I'm going to try that, and if that overflows, then I can always make that bigger. So a directory can now contain directories. I need to test my data structure to see if this works. So I want to make another directory like the adir and the edir, which contain other things. I'm not going to fill out this entire thing by hand. I just want to test a few directories and make sure that this data structure works. But I also want printdir to print the name of the top level directory. So the dir object does not have a name. I want it to have a name just like the file does. It doesn't have a size, but it does have a name. Not ready to use those just yet. And then inside print, I want to print the name of the directory. And there's a style here where it seems like they print files first. No, they're intermixed. Okay, it's alphabetical. So they print A, B, C, D. I think I'm gonna print directories first in here and then files at the end. So this is just the name of the directory. And that's why it's before the incrementation of the level. So we print the name of the directory and then we increment the level to print the contents of that directory. So there's a dash. And I just want the name of the directory. And I think that's it. Don't need to break this into multiple lines. Okay. So I need to make this a recursive subroutine. In Fortran, you have to declare recursive subroutines as recursive. It doesn't just work out of the box. And this will recursively call printdir on the subdirs. And unlike the outer call to printdir, these inner calls to printdir will pass in the level argument so that everything gets indented. And I haven't actually added any directories yet, so it doesn't print anything. So now I need to set up a couple of these. I'll just start with one. Do we have any empty directories? I don't know that this test input has any empty directories, but I'll do that to start. Just a name, that's all. These are 0 to start, so I don't need to allocate those explicitly. But I do need to allocate the number of subdirs in the root. I'll just make it 1. I'm planning to add 3 here, so I'll make it 3 to start. This is basically the same way that I push a file into the directory. I'm pushing a subdirectory into the root directory. And now I want to print it again. So I should see this output, and then that same thing again, but with an empty A directory. Yeah, looks like that worked. Maybe I want to get rid of the extra space. Just put that here. Actually, I can be really clever. One, right? Okay. That's how I wanted that formatted. Now, what I would like to have, instead of doing these 2 lines every time I push a file, and these 2 lines every time I push a directory, I want a subroutine that does that. So I need a push file and a push dir name, which adds something to another directory. File will be first, and that's going to take the directory to push something to, and the file to push to it. And I also want checks here that I'm not overflowing the max, because I have this hard-coded. Later I might make this allocatable and grow it as needed. But to start, I think I'm going to try everything with fixed sizes because it's easier. And I'll have to see in the input like what the biggest directory in here is with the most files and the most subdirs. It might be too much memory, so I might need to make these growable arrays. But we'll see. And this is throwaway code, so I don't need to handle errors elegantly. I don't need to pass a return code back to the calling function. I'm just going to abruptly stop execution of the program. So I'm not even calling this yet, but it does compile. And what I should do is make this a member function of the directory class so that I can call it in a more object-oriented way. But for now, I just want to get this version working, and that seems to work. I also want to make a file constructor so that I can do this in one line instead of having it as 2 lines. Okay, I still have B and C. That's just what I wanted. So I want to make this a member function of the directory class. And somebody has a good tutorial on that somewhere. Yeah. This circle class. This is a good example. Type-bound procedure. That's the terminology that I was looking for. It's not a class member function. It's a type-bound procedure. That's what they call it in Fortran. Basically, the type is going to contain the procedure, and the procedure always takes the class that it operates as the first argument, and you have to call it a class instead of calling it a type, but a class and a type are the same thing. So this contains can I name it the same thing? Now this is a class, not a type. Will that work? Because the names are the same. I'll call it push D for now. Yeah, just to be safe. I didn't make this yet. It's push file. Push dir doesn't exist yet. Wow, that's embarrassing. Okay. And now I should be able to call it in an object-oriented way. I still have to call. There we go. And I just want to make this name more readable. That's it. Now I just need to clean up the other call. And what about a constructor? Implicit constructor. So I might not need to make my own constructor. Does this just depend? I think I want the name first and then the size, because I think it just depends on what order they're in. Okay, that worked. Does the order matter? Yeah, so the way that this implicit constructor works is these are declared in a certain order in the declaration of the type. So it's the name and then the size. So then when I use the implicit constructor, it has to be the name and then the size. And if you call them in the wrong order, even though they're different types, the compiler can't figure that out. So they have to be constructed like that. And then I might not even need f, because I can just do push file b.txt 14 close parenthesis, and that works. So let me make sure I'm running what I'm writing. Yeah, so that did something. Now my code is much shorter. My heat just kicked on, so sorry about the noise if you can hear that. So I have a push file function. Now I want a push dir function. I also want to check this overflow check. So I have two files. I'm going to set nmax to 1, and this should trigger an error. There we go. That's my manual error check, and then the execution just stops right there. And then if I make that exactly as big as it needs to be, it should work, but just barely. So I'm going to make this 32, and later we'll see if I need to make it even bigger than that. Okay, so that's push file, and now I need push dir. I can make this a little bit better. I can just do size of the files rather than checking against some predetermined max. And that should be my push directory function. Yeah, I think that's it. Do I want to make this allocatable right now? It's easier if I don't. Then I don't have to have an allocate statement. Like right here, this is how you dynamically allocate things at runtime. But if I just have the files at fixed size, then I don't need to dynamically allocate them. And this is sub, not F. And for directories, I'm not ready to make a directory constructor yet, but I think I need one, and it can't be implicit because it needs to allocate the subdirectories. But I think I have enough right now that I can test out the push dir function. It's just A. I need to bind the procedure to the type. And that's it. So now I think I need a directory constructor. Which I don't know. I think Fortran might not have anything new, anything specific for that. I think you just have to make a general type-bound procedure. Yeah, there's no constructor keyword. So this is just the implicit constructor, but I want a custom constructor. And the reason I'm spending so much time Googling things here is I'm just trying to think of what to name it. It's going to be a function that's going to return a directory. I'd like to just name it new. But then if I have other constructors, I don't want those to also be named new and have a clash. I need to like overload them somehow. And it's just going to take the name. I'm going to make that more than 3 eventually. But for now, I'm going to try a small number. Does this compile? No. Okay. That's it. Now I want to use that for my subdirectories too. And then I don't need any of these temporary directory objects. So I pushed A. Now I want to fill out some of this test. So push A. But in A, I also want to push E. So now I have to access these subdirectories by index. So A is the first directory that I've pushed to the root. So to push to A, I have to push to rdirs1. And I should get an extra level here with another empty directory. That didn't work. I think it crashed. I think this crashed. So why did that just crash and not tell me anything? Maybe I do need a temporary object. So things are getting copied in memory, and I need to push E into A before I push A into the root. And that worked. Because when I construct R, it copies whatever's in this argument. So if I push it and then add subdirectories to A after I've already pushed A to the root, then that doesn't update what's in the root. So I just have to be careful about that. And I want to see if I can put this I file inside of E. Again, like I don't think I can do this after I've already pushed to A. I don't think this is going to do anything. Oh, that worked. And that's because files are not allocatable. Files are fixed size. So in this error message, I should print the directory name. Okay, so I think this data structure works. Are there any other overflows, I need to test. Yeah. I want to make sure that this overflow gets caught by pushing too many subdirectories to a directory. So I'm just going to push more things onto the root. That should be okay, because this will only be the second directory of the root. And this should be okay, because this is the third directory of the root. And then one more should overflow. That overflows, gives me the directory name and the subdirectory name. So my error handling is working, and for now I want this to be nmax. I can get rid of that to do. So that seems to work. This is all just test code. So just want to make sure I didn't delete anything there other than empty lines. So now I'm ready to parse. I'm ready to parse this and construct the directory object in memory from the parsed data. So this should read my file again. Yeah. So the root is special. I'm just going to assume that the first line is cding to the root directory, and both the test and the actual data do exactly that. And then after that, everything is relative to the root. So we're going to have some logic to parse commands. It's either cd or ls. And cd ... is special because that pops us out one level higher. And then separately from the commands, we need to parse the output of the commands, which show subdirectories and files. So this is going to be tricky because I had to basically fully construct A before I pushed A into the root. So how do I do this? Maybe I'm not done with my test code. because when I'm parsing, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier to push as soon as I see the directory. Like as soon as ls shows A, I want to push that to the root before I know what's in A. So it should work like this, but this doesn't work because I push a subdirectory into A and then nothing happens. This is not the way that I did it originally. I had something else that crashed, which looked like this. I think I had a hard-coded 1 there, but it should be the same thing. And I think this crashed when I tried it before. That works now. Why does that work now? That didn't work before. Going to make that a hard-coded 1 for brevity's sake. That also works. And then I want to push the I file into the E directory. Okay, I don't know what I was doing wrong before. That was crashing, now it's not. Obviously I'm doing something different now. It could be the nmax or something around the dynamic overflow checking. But yeah, I've made a few changes since I tried that the first time. The other thing I want to do is, can I make the push dir and push file generic? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I think this is what I want to do. So, because I just want to push, whether it's a directory or a file, I just want to call a subroutine named push. I want to have the compiler automatically figure out whether to push a directory or a file by the type of the argument that I provide. This might not work. think I'm not going to bother with this. There might be a way to do it. There might be a way to do it, but I'm not going to spend time trying to figure it out right now. I've done that before by overloading functions that are not type-bound functions, but maybe it doesn't work with type-bound functions where there are multiple type-bound functions that all have the same name, or overloaded with different types. So I'll just have to live with these long names of pushdir and pushfile. Okay, so before the loop, the root is special. So I'm going to read one line and assume that that better be CD root. So basically need to read 3 strings. Now I have the root reading as this read outside of the loop because it's a special case for the root. So I need to read 3 strings from S. Doesn't matter. I really don't care about the first 2. I just want to get the name from the 3rd one. Ideally, you would check that there's a $, and then the 2nd token is CD, and then you get the name from the 3rd token. I'm just going to assume that it starts with $CD. And is this how I can split strings? So I want to read from S, which is the whole line. I want to read 3 substrings. I don't know if this is gonna work. I might have to do like a parse word function, like I had or read word function, like I have read int for some of the previous days in this advent of code. Come on, man. It got the $, and it got the CD, and then it gave up on tokenizing the slash. Okay. I need a way to read words that are delimited by spaces. Is it because no. So here I have a readInt function which parses an integer from a string. Now I want a readWord function which parses things delimited by white space. So I'm going to need a couple more functions for that. I need isWhiteSpace function. And for that, like, I don't technically need to worry about tabs or new lines. For this problem, I really only need to consider spaces. Let me put a tab in there just to test this, because if I don't implement it correctly right now, I'm going to use this for a problem in a later day, which might have tabs, and then I'm never going to find the bug in here if I don't implement it correctly right now. Can't do \t in Fortran. Can I just have a tab literal? Is that going to work? Well, I can't do a new line, so I have to actually look up ASCII codes. Nine is a tab. 10 is a new line. Nine is a tab. I'm going to want to parameterize these. Vertical tab. This is not C. Form feed carriage return. I'm going to want carriage return. What am I doing? And I think those are the only ones that I care about. Wait, what about line feed? The NL is line feed. This is probably impossible for you guys to read, but this is the ASCII table that I'm looking at. Don't need all these ors. I could do, I hope this will work. Don't know if I can just dynamically construct an array like that. I think that will work. This, I'm just gonna comment this out so I don't get the unused variable warning. So there's read int, now I need read word. So read word is going to be similar to read int, but we're going to skip white space at the beginning. Then we're going to parse everything that's not white space. And the return value is going to be character. And it's going to be allocatable length, so there's no fixed upper bound for the length of the word. And we don't need to read it like this. It's just going to be that. I'm going to leave that in for now. First of all, does that compile? I think that compiles, and then this stuff doesn't work. So what the hell? Zero 9. Oh, I forgot an actual space. Yeah. Got a literal space here. I did all the exotic white space, tab, new line, vertical tab, and carriage return, but I didn't do an actual space, which is what the delimiter is. And there it is. I'm parsing white space delimited words from the first line. That didn't work. And I can undo. I put the tab in there just to test it, but it should be the same thing with a space instead of a tab, and it's the same output. What are you talking about? So that really is unused. I'm leaving it in because I'm going to use it later. This one, it's the left-hand side. This is definitely a compiler bug. Line 162. Yeah, junk is the left-hand side. Of course it's uninitialized, it's the left-hand side. Okay, so I've read the root directory. Now I need to parse an arbitrary command word by word. So it could be an ls, it could be a cd, and those are the only two options. So if the first word is $, then I need to read the command. By the way, I never use switch statements. I always do if, else if instead of switch in every programming language, because then I don't need to learn the switch syntax in every programming language that I know, because they're always different. Like switch in C, it doesn't use curly braces, and it has colons and like weird white space rules. If and else if, that uses curly braces in C, like everything else in C. So like switch case is always a weird construct in every language, and I just never bother learning it. So ls is one option, and cd is another option. And if it's not that, the advantage of switch case is that you would only type CMD once, but for if else if, I have CMD repeated in every block of if else if. But I'm willing to live with that. Is that working? I'm just going to initialize these things so that I don't get these stupid warnings. Also going to have an argument for the cd command. ls doesn't have any arguments, cd has one argument. It can be a directory name or it can be ... No. Why does it think these are uninitialized? I'm just gonna turn off that check because it's super annoying. I don't know why you're like this, Fortran. There we go, that's better. So parses ls, it parses cd. Looks like I'm parsing the command name correctly. Now I need to get the arguments. I don't need this since I just turned off the warning. So ls, getting the argument, e cd ... cd ... cd d. Yeah, basically getting all of the arguments now. I need a coffee break, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So if the command is ls, then I need to parse the output of ls until I get to another command line that starts with a dollar symbol. This is going to be some deeply nested code. And I think I'll just live with that. If I want to parse a subroutine, then I would have to pass the file handle, yeah, could be broken up into subroutines, but I don't know if I feel like doing that right now. And you could get to the end of the file here. Like in this ls command, that's the end of the file. So we need to have this exit here. Should I make local variables for s and is? I don't think I need to. Because if I'm parsing the output of ls, then this word is ls, and I don't care about that anymore. So I think I can reuse these variables from the outer block. Fortran doesn't have block scoping. So like in C, if you had an if statement with curly braces, everything inside this block would be a local scope of variables from everything in this scope. Fortran doesn't. It basically just has subroutine level scope, so everything in this subroutine is in the same scope. And then I need, so each word, each line from the ls command can either be a directory or a file. So if it's a directory, I just need the name. If it's a file, then I need the size and the name. I'm going to try to avoid magic strings. So I only, all of these magic strings and keywords, I could parameterize these and not have them hard-coded, but I basically only use them once right here, so I think it's fine this way. At least it's fine for advent of code. So this is going to be a directory. I need the root, I need the current working directory, and I need the subdirectory. I think that's it. You might be able to do this with one less directory type. But root is this, and then I need to initialize CWD as root. And then every time I parse a directory from the cd command, I'm going to change the CWD. CWD stands for current working directory, in case you don't know that terminology. Same as PWD, present working directory. So when I read a dir, basically when you read dir from ls output, you're not going to change the current working directory. You're just going to parse this as a subdirectory and push that subdirectory into the current working directory. Yeah, you probably don't even need this temporary variable. You could just do push dir new name. I'll leave it like this for now, just in case I need that later. So we can either push a directory or we can push a file. So in that case, this is going to be the same whether it's a directory or a file, but for the case of a file, the word is going to be the size. This word is going to be the size. So we need to parse that. You could use the readInt function for this if you were reading it at this point, but when we read the word, we don't know whether it's going to be dir or whether it's going to be a size. So you can't read it as an integer off the bat because you can't parse this as an integer. So for that reason, we just have to read from word. And then we push a file into the current working directory. And how do I construct? I forget how I construct that. It's name and then size. What's that gonna do? Doesn't compile. I have to construct a file right there with the implicit constructor. So that did something. Oh. What? This needs to be inside a loop, because it needs to parse all of the output of ls until we get to another $sign. And then we need a special case for breaking out of this loop. See, now I have this magic string in 2 places, but again, I'm just gonna live with it. Will this exit? I want this to just exit the inner loop. I might. Don't know how that works. The enclosing loop. So I think this is only going to exit. This exit is going to break out of this loop. And then this exit will break out of this loop. I hope. And that's an infinite loop. Because, oh, yeah, this one, I actually want to break out of both loops. So, There's a way to do this with labels instead of like named labels, I think. Yeah, this is what I want. So if I get to the end of the file, I want to exit the outer loop. There we go, no more infinite loop, but I think something else is wrong. Because what happened? So if I get to this, I need to actually backspace one line because I'm parsing the output of this ls command. When I get here, besides just breaking out of the inner do loop, I need to go back by one line because then this reads the next line and I need to reread this. So that is backspace in the file to go back by one line. And there we go, now I get CD. Before I just got ls, ls. Now I have ls and then cda, so I'm not skipping the cda line. So I think that's implemented. Now I need to implement the parsing of the cd command. This is going to be a pain. So when I cd, at this point, I know that root has an A directory and a D directory. So when I cd A is not a new directory. A has already been pushed to the root. So I need to search through every subdirectory of the current directory until I find the name that matches this, and then I can update CWD. And I think I'm going to need a parent dir in the dir class, because when you cd back, you need to update the CWD to the parent of the current working directory. And I don't have that saved anywhere right now. As of now, I want to make sure that I've parsed the ls command correctly and pushed all of those files and directories. So right here, I just want to debug this. That did not work. Does something. So I'm pushing to CWD, but CWD is a copy of R. I think I need references or pointers in Fortran instead of copies. Yeah, so CWD has been updated, but R, the root directory, has not been updated because CWD is a copy of R. So these should both print the same thing, but they don't. CWD is populated with everything that I've parsed from the first ls command, but the root is not because it's a copy. So for that, I believe I need a pointer. And a Fortran pointer is totally different from a C pointer. I rarely use these. Never used this in production code. Only associate pointers to other pointers, which is super annoying. So maybe that's not what I want. That still doesn't work. So I think sub can just be a regular directory, neither target nor pointer. And then the root has to be a target because you can only associate a pointer to a target. And then I think that's what I need. Will this work? That's it. I never use pointers. Like I've played around with them, but this is like the first. This is the most real world application I've ever used for Fortran pointers. You could argue that Advent of Code is not a real world application, but these are directory trees, so this really is a real world application. And now, yeah, this is working now because when I print CWD, it's the same thing as R. So CWD is no longer a copy of R. CWD is a reference to R. It's a pointer. That's what a Fortran pointer does. But it's different than a C pointer. A C pointer is an address in memory, which is, it's like void star. It can basically point to any type if you want it to. It's kind of dangerous, but it can. A Fortran pointer is typed. So this pointer is a directory type pointer, and it can only point to directory targets like R. It can't point to sub because sub is not a target. It can only point to R. Whew, that's a lot. So what's next? Now I think I need to implement the cd command. So I'm good up to there, but when I get here, I need to update the current working directory, which is saying arg equals A. And I need to search the current directory's children. So what you can do in a shell is you can just cd4. I just happen to know that there's a directory named 4. You don't necessarily have to ls before you cd into 4, but for this, I'm assuming that it has to be listed as output and that the user knows nothing about the file system a priori. They only know about directories that have been shown to exist by ls, and they're not cding to anything that hasn't been shown before. So what I'm about to do here, it should work for this, but it wouldn't work for a real file system where the user has knowledge about the file system and CDs into things before they ls those directories. And I need an integer I. Haven't used that before. I have a file named I in the test, but this is an integer. And if we go past the end of the array, that's bad. Another thing that you can do is you can cd junk, and my shell tells me that there's no such file or directory. I'm going to assume that they don't do anything like this, but I'll actually put the error handling in here. And abruptly stop execution. I need to search by name. And that makes sense because I haven't actually updated the CWD yet. Is this going to work? I'm not sure. Because I need to associate this pointer to a new target. But this isn't declared as a pointer. Hey, holy shit, that worked. So this has allocatable DIRs, but I haven't explicitly declared this as a target, like I declared the root as a target, so I wasn't sure that that was going to work, but apparently it did. So now I have everything working up until there, I believe. So because I haven't implemented the parent, I don't have a pointer to the parent, so I can't do this yet, but I would like to print the directory and check that everything is still okay. Return and stop, or stop is stronger than return, so I don't need that. Wow, this is working out pretty nicely. I was worried I might get stumped on today's problem, but I think I'm gonna be able to solve this. So we have A, we have the file B. I'm printing these out in a different order because I'm printing directories first and then files. This happens to print things alphabetically, but like it really doesn't matter. It's their equivalent. F G 2557. I'm just checking that some of the files and sizes are correct. D directory. b.txt, c.dat. Yeah, so I think I have everything correct up until cd ... And then that's why D isn't populated yet. D doesn't have any of these contents because I'm erroring out when I get to the cd ... Alright. So it's time to fix this. So that's the current directory. Yeah, because E is the current directory. So I only see this output when I dir cwd, and then when I dir the root, I get everything up until this point. So now I need a parent. And this is going to be a reference or a pointer. And the root directory does not have a parent. That's a special thing about the root, but every subdirectory of root and every subdirectory is going to have a parent defined. So when I push a subdirectory, I need to associate the parent. And I think I can do that inside the pushdir function. And this should still error out at the same point if it compiles, but it doesn't compile. Okay, so these are both in out now. Okay. I think I need to make everything a pointer at this point. Oh boy, yeah, this is where it gets tricky. Maybe this won't work as a type-bound procedure. I'm only using it in one place, so it won't be that hard to change this. Is that allowed? No. D is not a pointer, D is a target, because it's on the right-hand side of this pointer association operator. Ooh, well, that compiles. Can I make this type-bound again? Okay. So basically there's going to be a special case here for cd dot dot. If it's dot dot, I don't need to search the subdirs, I just need to go to the parent. CDE is working. First CD dot dot should go back one level, and there's a second CD dot dot. So the first CD dot dot should bring us from E to A, and then the second CD dot dot should bring us from A to root. And then when we're in the root directory, that should exist. But it's saying it doesn't exist, which is weird. Oh. The way I've implemented this, it only works for I equals 1. What the hell am I doing here? So if I is greater than CWD enders, then it's an error. Yeah. Wow. That parsed everything. Is it correct? So let's print the final directory tree. Here it is. We have root, we have A, we have E, we have I, we have F, G, H. Okay, now I'm not printing them in the same order, and that's okay. Do we have B? Yeah, we have b.txt. I have it at the end. They have it alphabetically under A. I'm not going to sort things alphabetically. I've spent like almost 3 hours on this already, and I'm not even done with part 1. We have C, we have D, we have J, d.log, d.ext, and K. I parsed everything. Now I have to get the actual thing that they're asking for, which is summing some directories of certain sizes. Okay. I think for this, I do want to actually refactor it into like a parse dir function, because this is going to be a lot to copy and paste for part 1 and part 2. Yeah. Going to be read root, because it's not going to be reading any directory. It's going to parse all of the output. The input file name is a global variable, and it's going to return R because that's how I have this named. And I'm going to basically copy and paste all of this, or cut and paste, because I don't want to duplicate this. The whole point of this exercise is to not duplicate it, except for printer. I'll leave printer in the calling function. And the input file is going to be hard-coded in this subroutine. And I need to call it read root, not read dir. And R is a target here. I don't know if I need to make it a target in the outer scope or not. We'll see. No, that doesn't work. Well, something didn't work. Maybe it needs to be. Something's not. Doesn't even print this, so this is actually crashing somewhere. Doesn't even return from the function. Like, I know it's doing this, but it doesn't get here. What if I allow this to be a target and then I copy it at the end? Okay, so I have to make a single copy operation at the end to get the result out of the function. That's fine. Maybe you could streamline this so it doesn't copy as many things, but I don't care. I'll just do it like this because it works. This is not robust at all. This is working for the test input. It might crash for the real input, and even if it happens to work for the real input, it will probably crash for some other case. So, buyer beware when it comes to this code. No, it still didn't work. It still didn't work. It says returning, so this part was okay. This is still not working. I might give up on this. On refactoring this as a function. Yeah, so that's problematic. Like R is a local variable here. This is not working. What if I make this a subroutine instead of a function? Allocate it in the, well, it shouldn't matter where I allocate it. Allocating here, that should be okay as long as I only do it once. Still doesn't work. Pointer. I think. I think it doesn't need to be a pointer. No. But I think it does need to be a target, because otherwise that won't work. Yeah, I'm giving up on this. I'm just gonna not make it a subroutine. There should be a way to do this. I just can't figure out the memory management and the Fortran pointers. So undo all of that. I think that's it. I think that's everything I wanted to undo. Yeah, all right. So when I do part 2, I'm just gonna copy and paste a whole bunch of stuff. Now, what do they actually want to know? Well, I know the subroutine printer works, so this can be the thing that reads the directory tree, and then I can do the summing outside of this. And before I do that, I think I want to see if the real input works. So this should do something. Hopefully it doesn't crash. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that's not working. This is not working. Dir. File, 2 more dirs, 3 more files. I think I have a serious memory bug in here. I'm gonna take a break. Okay, I'm back. I did some debugging off screen and I figured it out. So the problem is that these subdirectories cannot be allocatable. It has to be a pointer. So basically this doesn't work. If I make the subdirectories pointers as well, like the parent, instead of an allocatable array, then that works. That parses the entire input. And if I go back to the test, I can also make a function to read the directories. So I can turn this into a function called read root, like I was attempting before. Call this part 1 again. Now I need to call that function. This will print the directory in here, and it will return from the function. And that works. It prints the directory inside the function, it returns, and then it prints the directory again outside the function. There it is. So now I need to actually answer the question. And that's going to be another recursive function like printdir, except I'm going to add things up while I'm printing. So I need to clean up some of this debugging. I started calling this every line just to see what was happening. I don't need all that. That's a little more manageable. I think I'm gonna leave the rest of the debugging prints in there for now. And maybe I'll take them out when I'm finished with part 1 or part 2. And this is going to do the work for part 1. It's going to sum up all the sizes less than whatever this value is. I'm going to copy printdir because this recursively traverses the directory, and that's basically what I need to do to get the sum. So I need a local sum for this directory, I think. So there are two things. There's getting the size of the directory, and that's the sum of everything within it recursively. So I can do that first and check it against these values. And then the second part is only summing the things that are under this threshold. That'll be a second step. So L, there is no level. There is no L, there is no level. What am I doing? Yeah, so first I'm just going to do a dir size function. And I'll implement that later. So this isn't going to have any threshold. So the size of a directory is the size of all the subdirectories plus the size of the files in the current directory. I think that's it. Better make these 8-byte integers. And then at the end of this, the output value is the local sum. Total is 483,81165. That's correct. And I want to print all the subdirectory sizes too. So the size of E is 584, 94,000, 249. That's basically everything. And now for part 1, I need to only sum the things that are under a certain threshold. So it's going to be some copying and pasting again. I can get rid of all the stuff related to writing that I copied over from print deer. So that's short enough. Now I want to copy all of this up here. I don't care about that. And then here, at most, so that means less than or equal. Is that it? That's not right. I'm not summing these correctly because this is where the threshold, no, this is where the threshold should be applied, and I'm only summing up directories, and this dir size already handles files, so in here I don't need to handle files. So I get the dir size, and then if that's under the threshold, I sum it. If it's under the threshold. .94. That's not right. What the hell, man? What is this number? I added 27? How did I add 27? I really want to finish part 1 before I eat lunch, but I'm getting kind of hungry. Recursion isn't right here. I also need, no, it's not the root. Yeah, I think it is the root. The root is the problem. Nope, that wasn't it. The problem is that this is not recursive. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. So let me start from scratch. I need extra things that get passed through the recursion. I need the size, which is always passed, and then I need a thresholded size, which only gets summed if it's over the threshold. isum2 is only going to get summed if it's under the threshold. Like I need 2 results, so this needs to be a subroutine, not a function. Right? But I can't just set it, I have to sum it up somewhere. Right? This isn't going to be right. Yeah, that's totally wrong. And this should be where I apply the threshold. And this one is not thresholded. I don't apply the threshold there. I am choosing terrible variable names, and it's still wrong. Did I? I don't think I wrote that. It's still wrong. Because it's recursing the wrong thing. I don't want to use dir size. I want to use sum under. Right? This one is different. Do I need to do this in multiple passes? I think maybe I need to do one pass where I calculate the sizes of all the directories, and then a second pass where I actually sum them up. So I finally want to add a size field to the directory. So get sizes is just going to set the sizes of everything by calling dir size. It's a little bit redundant. I could probably refactor this in a cleaner way. But d size is then sum l. And then when I print dir, I want to show the sizes too. So the first time it's going to be 0, and then it's going to show the sizes 2, Okay, so the first time I print the directories, all of the directories have size 0, and then I call get size, and now they're like this. And now I need to make one more pass and sum up the sizes. I don't need to calculate anything, I just need to access the member. Is this gonna turn out any different than what I've already done? No, I think it's gonna be the same thing. I have a core logical misunderstanding of how to do this. Because this is no longer recursive. I'm really struggling here. I think I need a break. So I don't need to revisit the files. This recursion is breaking my brain. I can't do it. Okay, never mind. I just need, like, being on camera stresses me out, apparently. So I just had to take, like, a 2-minute break and decide, before I actually sum anything up, why don't I just print the ones that meet the criteria? So this is my recursive directory traversal function, and it's not actually summing anything yet, it's just printing the sizes that are under the threshold. And now, if they meet that criteria, I should sum it up. So add the size there, and then return. 5853 95. That's still not right. With something that's uninitialized. Wait. No, it is right. I was doubting myself too much. Am I finally done? Well, it says something. Let's cross our fingers and hope that everything is Gucci. Oh my God, that took like 4 hours just for part 1. Now I'm going to eat lunch. Alright, I'm back. Part 2 better not be that hard, because I've got other things to do this weekend. First of all, I want to look at the stats. Yeah. There's just a steady drop-off of people who have solved each day. No big drop in number 7, so it seems like 7 wasn't as hard for other people as it is for me. Okay. With the work that I've done for part 1, this sounds not that difficult. I already have the sizes. So I just need to find the smallest directory above some threshold, which for the first example, this is the threshold. It's 7 billion, 70 million. The file system is 70 megabytes. What kind of old ass hard drive is this? So it's 70 million minus, or no, it's 30 million minus something else. So that's how you get the threshold, and then we need the minimum directory over that threshold. So let's make a part 2. Some of these are not necessary. So we need the root size. So 70 million minus the root size is the current free space. And then 30 million minus the current free space is the amount that I need to delete. So size, I think they said that in part 1. Yeah. For no. What the? This is the other data set. 483. Yeah, that's the root size. 165. Then the free size, the current free space is 70 million minus the root size. Let me make sure I get the number of zeros right. Size of the unused space is currently this, and that's what I got, so that's all Gucci. And that's less than 30 million, so the amount that I need to delete is going to be 30 million minus the free space, I think. So the amount that I need to delete is 30 million, or however many zeros that is, minus the current free space. $88.38 whatever 1165. That's good. Now I need to find the smallest directory, which is larger than this. So it's the same idea as sum under. I just need to traverse everything, print the ones that are over the threshold now, as opposed to under the threshold. And then I don't need the name of the directory, I need the size of that directory. I'll just call it isum because I'm lazy. And I don't actually need to sum anything up here. But I do need to recursively call the function. So now instead of less than or equal, I need to check if the size is greater than or equal. And I just need, I'm not summing. I'm just doing it like that. Keep doing this. Okay, so the directories that I could delete are D or the root. So that's right, and now I just need to find the minimum one. I need an, it's cleaner if I do this with an optional argument. Like, where did I have, yeah, print dir has a level, and this is optional, so I'm going to do something like this. That's how I set the optional argument depending on if it's present or not, just like this. I'm initializing it to -1, because if it's -1, then I know it's not initialized. So I need to pass that. And then basically, out of all of these sizes, if it's uninitialized or if it's less, yeah, or if this is less than the current value, then we're going to set it to that. And after this traverses everything, it should say what the smallest one is. And then that's what I want to return. That's not right. I'm getting kind of tired here. I'm going to do this quickly and dirtily. So I'm just going to make some global variables. You could do this in a way that doesn't rely on global variables, but it's been a long day. I've been working on this for like over 4 hours, and I just want to get it done, and I think this works. So, don't need to use the global variable here. Should still print the same thing. Okay, now let's try that on the real data. Is that it? Let's see. All right, that was pretty rough. I'll commit that. Just to show you what I did off screen one time. I redirected the log here. And this is from, yeah. Basically, I found that the last thing in the input was this. So I redirected the log here, and then I searched for that value to make sure that I parsed all of the input. But that doesn't need to be tracked. That's only temporary. I added this to my build script. I think I did this off screen too. I tried running with optimization, but I had a fundamental bug, so obviously that didn't help. I added some things to utils for white space parsing and reading words delimited by white space. And I added everything in this file. About the, I added this, right? Oh. Yeah, yesterday, last night, I made a commit of everything before I logged off for the day. So I did that off screen. And this is the work in progress. So this only has part 1, it doesn't have part 2. It doesn't even have part 1 finished. This is before I figured out that the DIRs had to be pointers or allocatable. You can't just have them at a fixed size. So there's what I committed since yesterday's work in progress commit. Well, that was pretty rough. I think I'm gonna do day 8 off screen because I'm a little bit tired of this. But that's it for now, and I'll catch you next time.